Good morning, everyone. As chairman of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 10:02 a.m. This Zoom webinar is live streamed on YouTube on the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning. Closed captioning, ASL interpretation, as well as Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in today's meeting. Please email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available on our website, www.michigan.gov/micrc for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on the michigan.gov/micrc website, as well as written public comment submissions. We also have a public comment portal that can be accessed by visiting our website. Once again, www.michigan.gov/micrc. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Executive Director of the Commission at woodse3@michigan.gov. For the public watching on the public record, I will now turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Good morning, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you're attending the meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you're attending the meeting remotely, and unless your absence is due to military duty, announce your physical location by stating the county, city, township, or village and the state from which you're attending the meeting remotely. I'll begin roll call alphabetically with Commissioner Andrade.
Present from Imlay Township, Michigan.
Commissioner Callahan. Commissioner Curry.
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Commissioner Eid.
Present, remotely attending from Detroit, Michigan.
Commissioner Kellum.
Good morning, present attending from Detroit, Michigan.
Good morning. Commissioner Lang.
Present, attending from Osceola County, Michigan.
Commissioner Lett. Commissioner Muldoon.
Present from Carlton, Michigan.
Commissioner Orton.
Present, attending remotely from Battle Creek, Michigan.
Commissioner Zatella.
Attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Commissioner Villette.
Present, attending from Highland Township, Michigan.
Commissioner Wagner. Commissioner Weiss.
Present, attending remotely from Saginaw Township, Saginaw, Michigan.
And I'll go back to Commissioner Callahan.
Present, attending remotely from Mexico.
Mr. Chair, you have 11 commissioners present at roll call. You do have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
You're welcome.
We will now adopt the agenda. As a reminder to the public watching, you can view today's agenda on our website, www.michigan.gov/micrc. I'll now entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Weiss, seconded by Commissioner Muldoon, to approve today's agenda. Is there any debate on the motion? Seeing none, we will move to vote. All those in favor of the motion to adopt the agenda, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Without objection, we will begin the public comment portion of today's meeting pertaining to agenda topics. Is there any objection, commissioners? Hearing none, we will proceed. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live remote public comment to the commission will now be allowed. I will call your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are joining us via phone, a voice will say the host wants you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call you by your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number. Please note, if you are experiencing technical or audio issues, or we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we'll move on to the next speaker in line and return to you when they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email us at redistricting@michigan.gov, and we will help you troubleshoot so you can participate during the next public comment period at a later meeting. You'll have 90 seconds to address the commission today. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. We have 3 speakers today, the first being Mr. James Gallant.
Can you hear me now, Mr. Eid?
Good morning, Mr. Gallant. We can hear you.
Good morning. Thank you. This is James Gallant, Marquette. These are opinions. So, Chair Eid, thank you for clarifying your unanimous consent decisions that you're making by, you actually did say by unanimous consent, your decision to have Mr. Fink facilitate the items before the commission in direct contradiction to the written rules, which only allow the vice chair at the direction of the chair to facilitate items under specific situations. Thank you for that. So welcome everyone to the May 15th, 2024 matinee of the MICRC's version of the Wizard of Oz. In the first act, we discussed about how the spoiler is that the chair, and that's you, Mr. E, that's why you are providing a face to this, is because you're the chair today, for no other reason. It changes for every meeting with every chair, changes with the semblance of order, to your own personal semblance of order. And that's what, and you're doing this by consensus. So, Mr. Eid and everyone else, I would ask you, I'm going to, another spoiler alert is that the magic in your magic eye is not magic. It's actually based on science. And so, Mr. Eid and everyone, I would ask you to please focus on your Zoom screen right now in front of you, clearly to get the picture clearly in your eye directly to the picture. Okay? Now, this is the picture we see right now, everyone contemporaneously. So now focus 30% beyond the screen. You focus your eyes 30% beyond the screen. Okay? That will trigger your reticular activation system in your brain to slow down the resolution of your brain so you can see the picture behind the picture. Which will.
Thank you, Mr. Gallant. We appreciate your comments. Next up, we have Joanna Whitbrach.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm Johanna Whitbrock from Livonia, Michigan. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I looked at the various versions of the map. My preference, I think one of the things that people in Livonia are very concerned about and interested in is the education of our children. And I liked version 2 of the map because that seemed to have the most of Livonia in that in the map, as opposed to being with other areas. And I think that our state senator would then focus on the needs of Livonia, which I think would be really good for us. So that's really my preference. As I said, I think a lot of people in Livonia are very interested in education. So I like that particular map the best of the ones that I looked at. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. We appreciate your comments. Our final public speaker today is Mr. Anthony Scannell.
Thank you. Good morning, MICRC. And it's kind of tough, to condense all we want to say into 90 seconds, not because 90 seconds isn't enough, but because some of the thoughts that come up, really they come up throughout the meeting, like, oh, put that city over there, or this block over here. And we just don't get to make that kind of input, especially when it's in an area that we're familiar with or whatever. But I definitely there's some commissioners who are totally familiar with the area I care about. And like when Commissioner Curry mentioned like the CVS on Fort Street, I was like, oh yeah, totally. I was just there a couple days ago, actually, not even a week or two ago, with my sister, and I just related to that. So I thought that was interesting. And right over there, they're tearing down the big Sears in Lincoln Park. That's a pretty big deal right there. It's interesting. So I thought I'd like to know that. And another random thing, I'm just thinking about those bottom two precincts of Taylor that are already assigned in District 4 in Linden. That's an interesting area. I have a family member that lives down there. It's like, if you can picture it, it's the cemetery across the street from Southland Mall, that area, and like the Value World on Eureka and Telegraph, that kind of area. And turns out, never mind, we'll leave it there.
Thank you, Mr. Scannell. That concludes today's public comment. Please feel free to email your public comments to the commission at redistricting@michigan.gov, or use our public comment portal, where you could submit either written testimony or a redistricting map to us for consideration. We appreciate everyone who offers public comment in whatever way you choose, and invite you to keep sharing your thoughts. Next on the agenda is mapping. Without objection, I will ask the commission to return to our collaborative mapping process as outlined by our rules of procedure and mapping policies. Is there any objection, commissioners? Seeing none, we will proceed. We have Mr. Morgan back with us today from EDS. Hello, John. Appreciate you being here.
Yeah, I'm here.
And we left off yesterday with Commissioner Orton, who was just getting started looking at a map before we ran out of time.
Thank you. Okay, John, would you pull up that map that I started yesterday?
Okay, and that's the one that we designated with today's date?
Yes.
Okay, give me a second. Okay, so this is 0515 version 1 for today. And this was a copy of Commissioner Curry's map.
Yeah. Okay, so I want to try a couple of things, but I think first I'd like to look at making Livonia whole. I was actually thinking about this before the public commenter, but anyway, so if you could zoom into Livonia area.
Okay.
District 8 and 5.
Okay, so do you want to put it in 8 or in 5?
In 8.
Okay. District 8. So all of Livonia 8.
Okay, so. Hey,
Or-
what if we,
Okay, and then you're looking at now 5 needs 27,000.
okay, so take Plymouth and Plymouth Township.
That goes into 5.
Yeah. Yes, please.
Okay, so 5 is over by 96, 64, 3.64%.
Okay, can you zoom in to just 5 real quick? Okay, how about just a couple precincts right at the top of Wayne?
Okay, this is from Westland.
Yeah, so clear over to the left, to the west.
Okay, so you need
Maybe just 1.
and that will go into 4.
4, yes, just the 2449 and maybe the 1314.
Okay, that's 3,700. Okay, so 5 is okay, 4 is okay.
Okay,
And now 8 has more population.
and 13 needs.
13 needs, yes.
Okay, so
Just save the plan.
okay, so take can you zoom in to 8 and 13 a little bit more? Just on my screen, it's small. Okay. And scoot to the west a little bit.
That way.
Yeah, so then Northville and everything below it into 8, please.
8's over. So you want to put that
Oh,
in?
8's over.
Yeah.
Oh, 8's over.
So 13
Oh,
needs.
13 needs a shed. Okay, so the rest of Farmington Hills into 8, or we'll see how much we can do.
Well, 8 is over and 13 is
Wait.
under.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, so can you select the top part of Farmington Hills, everything above Farmington, and see how much that is in 8 to go into 13?
Wait, so this section.
Yes. It's just so much easier if you could see my finger, you know.
13. Okay, so 13 needs a little more and 8 is a little over. So you could look at maybe one of these here.
13 needs a little more. Okay.
And that, something like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, just try those.
13 still needs a little more.
That one on top, is that part
That's
of
part
what?
of 10.
Okay. Yeah, try that piece then.
So that's okay. And 8 is okay.
Okay. Um, okay, so would you save this as an option? Sadly, if we keep one thing whole, we have to break up something else, but just save that as an option. But then copy it, because I want to still try something else. In case I mess it up, I don't want it to be gone. I see Commissioner Weiss's hand.
Yes, Commissioner Orton. Interesting thing about a few meetings ago, I believe Commissioner Zatella had a map that she had brought up. And she ran an overlay, if I'm not mistaken, of the communities of interest. Is that something we have, John? And maybe we ought to try that on your particular map, Commissioner Orton, and also maybe try that on Juanita's map also, just to see what that looks like.
Okay.
Okay, I think I can bring that up. Did you want me to make the copy first?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
And then we can just try it on that one.
Okay. Okay, so then this will be version 2 for today. Then we're going back to version 1. All right, give me a moment to look for this. I think I have it handy. Layer manager.
So Cynthia, I'm just curious, while he's doing this, are you trying to create that map we had talked about where the outer districts wrapped around the inner city? I mean, I just wonder, what are you trying to do with this map?
So I just wanted to see about making Livonia whole, first of all. And so no, I did kind of try to look at that wrapping thing. It was just so many changes.
Okay.
I kind of gave up. But what I do want to look at next is trying to put 7 back more like it was originally, since it's not one of the ones that we had to change. Of course, that's going to make other things change, but I just want to give it a try.
So just to comment on what we've got here, there's a split in Farmington. Farmington Hills is all carved up now. There was a lot of community comments asking for that not to happen. If you go back to the public comment portal, this also splits up, the way this is set up now, splits up Plymouth and Canton. And as Attella reminded me, and I should not have forgotten, Plymouth and Canton are very closely related in terms of their school system. My son actually teaches some of their band there, so I should have remembered that. But that's a split that those folks won't be real happy about either.
Well, I think Plymouth and Canton are together here, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Plymouth as
Oh, I was
with
looking at the wrong map. I'm sorry. I got too many tabs open.
Okay, so these red line areas are the COIs that Commissioner Weiss wanted to see.
Okay. So it looks like they're all intact except for, can you zoom in to like 3 and 10? I can't tell if that's all one. Yeah, that's all one. But I was following Juanita's Detroit centric districts, so that's why that's split. And then it looks like maybe 1 or 2 precincts over by Westland.
Yeah, it looks like those two that we moved to equalize the population are in this red outlined area.
Yeah.
I suppose if you wanted to, you could choose different precincts.
Yeah. And what is that community of interest? Commissioner Zatella?
That's the Native American Community of Interest map submitted to us.
Okay. So, can you zoom into that area?
Okay, and I see Commissioner Weiss has this in.
Oh, Commissioner Weiss.
Yes, I was just going to suggest what John said. Maybe we just swap a couple of districts and
Yeah.
Wayne over, and then that would make that community of interest whole again.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, if you could put those in 5 and just take some to the right out.
Okay, so 4 is within population and 5 is as well.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, and then I'll save this again. So this is the version 1, and then I made a copy for version 2. So do you want to change over to that version 2?
Yes, please. And I just want to try something, see if I can make it happen. And I welcome any other commissioners helping. I really liked the last few days when lots of people have been working together. That's ideal, I think. So. Okay, so I'm wondering, this is gonna split 8 and might be difficult, but I wonder if we could put 7 more back like it was. So add Southfield to 7.
Sorry, did you want to change those 2 precincts down here again?
Yes, please.
Because I copied this before those changes were made.
Yes, please. Thanks for catching that.
So those go into 4. So that one goes into 4. And that one goes into 5. Okay, sorry. All right, so you want to
Add Southfield to 7.
change back to townships. Okay, there's Southfield City and Southfield Township.
The whole township, I believe. And yeah, everything in there.
And that goes into 7.
7.
That's the city. And you want Lathrop Village,
Yes.
and then you want the Southfield Township as well.
Yes.
Okay, so that puts 7 over by 90,000. And then it cuts off District 8 from its 2 pieces.
Okay. So the problem is I was really wanting to keep what Juanita had configured for Wayne County, basically. So we'll have to go up and around. So,
So you don't want to connect through Detroit or Southfield to connect these?
right.
Okay.
So add, so for 8, any ideas from anyone? I'm thinking of adding like to 8. I'm thinking of going west a little bit to create 8 there, and then we'll have to move population all the way around up the
So
top.
like taking the Farmington Hills.
Yeah, and Northville, part of Novi, however much we could do. Elaine, did you have something?
No, I was just, you're going in a different direction. I was thinking if you swapped or pushed 6 into 8 and just moved it west, and then you could reconnect the 8 or I don't know how to say it. You know, make that part of 8 that's sticking out there whole with say 6 and then split 6 and 8. In other words, keep 6 mostly the Detroit centric district, but then add on, say, Redford to Livonia. But I know at one point you wanted to keep Redford in with Detroit. So I don't know, just a thought.
Yeah, it's tricky.
Yep.
Okay, well, okay, I'll just try this. That is another option, but I was really trying to not mess with Juanita's 1, 2, 6, and 3, I think is what that is. So add for 8, do Farmington Hills and Northville.
Okay, to 8.
Yes, please.
Oops, that's red for just a second. All right, Farmington Hills. Okay, and Northville,
And Novi, but I don't know if
So-
we can take all of Novi.
so you want both sides of Northville?
Yes, please.
Okay. So that's taking away from 13.
I think
Okay,
13 is gonna have to go up.
Okay, so now the problem is here, 8 shows that it's on population, but it's not contiguous.
So
So
would it be
if you're,
easier to change that little portion of 8 that's, yeah, that one. Do you want to assign that to maybe 10? Since we're gonna have to change, we're gonna have to go up and around to change those anyway, or assign it to
yeah,
7?
well, at least, I guess at least you need to know how much population this is.
Yeah.
But if you want to assign it to 10 or 7, you could do.
Okay, assign it to 7. 7's already way over, so.
You said 7?
Yeah, for now.
Okay. Try that again. Come on. All right. So we have Huntington Woods, 63. 2,600 is 9. Royal Oak is 23, that's 11. So that's 40,000 people. So we put that into 7.
Mhm.
Okay, so now 8 is down 36,000, or roughly that same 40,000.
Okay,
But it's all on this side. It's not discontiguous.
okay, so go back to 8. I think maybe my screen is lagging. So if I tell you to do something you've already done, I'm sorry. Okay, so we can't take all of Novi, but we can.
Yeah, no, sorry, Novi is 66,000.
So what if we take all of the portion of Novi that is currently in 13 below the freeway? See how much that is.
Okay. Oops. Okay, and that's going into 8.
Right.
Oops. Let me do this in smaller pieces. Let's hang on,
That's fine.
like that.
And then the kind of that little center one, yeah. And then maybe the next one. Can we do the next one?
Let me put this in first.
Okay.
Okay. So now I think that works. And then you said maybe this one as well.
Yeah, see how many.
Well, you're already over on 8.
Right. Can you just assign it and then undo it if it's
Sure.
too much?
Okay, it's not too much.
Okay, then leave it like that.
Okay, now 13 needs 148,000.
Okay, so then go to the west. Maybe,
Okay, so you're taking from 7 or 23? You said west.
I'm taking from 23, I'm thinking. So Lyon Township. And how many do we need?
You need a lot. It's 148,000.
Okay. So we do need a lot. So probably all of, you can't see my finger, but so Lyon Township, Milford Township, and
Okay.
everything to the east
Now,
of that.
if you take Lyon, do you also want South Lyon?
Yes.
You said Milford, that's 52,000.
Okay, and then Commerce, Walled Lake, finish those out, Wixom
Okay, Walled Lake, I think is already
within there. Okay.
Wixom.
There's one more
Oops.
little
I'm
precinct
sorry.
there.
You know what? I think you wanted that in 13. Let's try. Commerce. And I guess
Yeah, that. I saw
that's,
them.
what is that? Oh, that's part of Nova. Okay. So let me switch to precinct. So your 8 is okay, and your 13 still needs 47,000.
Could add Bloomfield to it. It's 44,000.
Okay, try that.
Bloomfield. Okay.
West
So that's over here.
West Bloomfield. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm saying Bloomfield. That's in
Oh.
7.
But
That way,
My concern is that we're making changes pretty far west now. I mean, Milford's a long ways from Detroit. Has there been like any community outreach that far out to tell them we're changing their districts or?
no, I'm just trying to figure out the population.
Milford is about an hour from Detroit, hour and a half drive, hour and a half drive from Detroit.
Well, it's not quite that far unless you're trying to do it in rush hour traffic, in which case it can definitely be that
No,
long.
my daughter's school in Milford. I know exactly how, I used to go there all the time.
Commissioner Andrade.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's looking like much more like Linden in 23 and 13, the way you're reconfiguring it. So that's not a bad thing because those aren't ones we had to change.
Well, that's true. So really,
That's the Bloomfield that Commissioner Ede was talking about, I think.
hey, what if we okay, how do I say this? What if we try to marry Juanita's Detroit districts with what Linden was out, like do an overlay? I don't know if that's going to make it easier or harder or impossible.
Commissioner Zatello.
Yeah, I actually was just gonna ask about 7 and how much 7 is over, but I see how big it is now. It just was feeling like those numbers didn't make sense, but now I see that it's
just holding.
yeah, a lot more population.
An overlay could help, you could use Linden or you could use one of the other maps that we've done so far.
Do you have an Mr. Morgan, since you're experienced?
Well, Commissioner Kellum has her hand up, I think.
Commissioner Cullum?
No, Mr. Morgan, you could have gone, but at any rate. So I was on with my phone and on my laptop. So I think I heard Commissioner Callahan ask you this, Cynthia, but so forgive me because I'm thinking I'm going to ask you the same question. So just be patient. What are you trying to preserve with this map in Linden?
So I was hoping to change as few as possible beyond what we have to change. And I was trying to go from Commissioner Curry's map in Detroit. So not change the districts that she has Detroit centric and just change some of the outside ones. I was trying to put 7 back more like it was in London because it's not one of the ones we have to change, but then other things around it are having to change. Do
Okay.
you have thoughts?
I shared some of them yesterday. I think there could be more options for the Detroit districts, and what I've shared with you in our last week meetings, this idea that we kind of worked with when we were redrawing the house maps. I think there is room for positive creativity in the way of redrawing that doesn't box us in for other districts. And I think the small changes when we're drawing from the bottom up, or the changes that occur for suburban districts are necessary districts when we're making changes that really are going to make a big impact. I know we talked about the feelings for District 1 and 3. I just think 3 is too broad sweeping for a Detroit community, but there are lots of different opinions. I think really the public will, hopefully they'll weigh in and share what they think about it. So those are my thoughts since you asked.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Zatello?
Yeah, so I think the only place for you to go is into 7, unless you want to break Farmington Hills back up again. So how much is 13 under by right now? I can't see on the matrix.
Just a second. Uh, 13 needs 47,000.
23 needs some too now, right?
I was gonna say that's a
Yeah.
variance,
Yeah, because what happened was since 8 was split in half, the population that was formerly in 8 is now holding over here at 7. So you would, if you took from 23 or 7, you have these areas here. Or you could take some Southfield or do something else.
So how much is missing out of 23?
97,000.
97,000.
So,
So I'm thinking what I will have to do is circle all the way over around and get back to setting
area,
out that
8.
portion that's extra there to go into 10 or whatever.
You could also put Pontiac and Lake Angeles into 23.
Yeah. Well, I need to finish 13 first. So let me take just a few more minutes and just see about this, and maybe I'll abandon that. I don't know. But so to 13, add like the bottom portion of Waterford Township. Kind of up to where the word Waterford is. See about that.
Okay.
And I think this is the area that gives you errors. Geographical
Yeah,
errors.
let me double check this. It's one of the townships in this area, like Sylvan Lake or Kego Harbor. Right now we're okay. Let me double check this. All right, so you're going into 13 from Waterford. Okay, so that's 21,000. That's 36 of 47. Assign that
Yeah, and maybe those two other precincts that are just kind of hanging out there.
over here.
Yeah, right up. Oh, is that one precinct?
Yeah.
Oh, that's big. Yeah, still do that if it fits.
That one or that one. Let me see. So this is 3,200 and that's 36. So you want that one? I think that would.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good.
Okay, so then this is 13 and that's
okay.
3,900 on.
Okay,
But now,
so now
23 needs a lot of population.
okay. So can I see it on the matrix? And then basically let's just go up.
Okay, hang on. Let me put the names back on. No one seems to deal with the precinct names because they're just numbers, but the township names are names.
Right.
Okay, so you need for 23, change this to. Okay, so for 23, you need quite a bit. It's 141,000.
Okay. Well, okay, complete, choose Independence Township, just to complete that one.
Okay.
And we'll probably just need all of those.
So
Go
this is
north.
going into 23.
Probably Orion goes there too.
Let me assign those. Okay, so that little bit of Independence wasn't much, but Orion is 38, so that covers, still need 100,000.
Okay, maybe we can't do it. It's not a lot of population there.
Not in these ones up here, but there's some in Oxford and Oakland and Addison small.
So just everything north of there that's in 24.
And these little ones up here.
Yeah, please.
Okay. Save that.
Okay, so then the three right above District 9 there.
Okay, do you want to take the portion of Oakland that's in 24 or all of Oakland?
For right now, the portion that's in 24. And we'll see.
Okay, so that's, you still need 18,000.
Okay, can you select the part that's in 9 and see the population?
Okay, so this portion in 9. Resource. Okay, that's 10,000 and you need 18, so that's more than half.
Okay, assign that to 23 then.
Okay,
And then that top township in 24, how many, what's the population of that?
no, 6,900. And you need 79, so that would work.
Okay. Okay, assign that one. Okay.
So your 23 is okay.
Okay, so now 24 needs.
Is, yeah. And not 9 is also off.
9 needs some.
Yeah.
Okay. So just something real quick for 9. Just above Warren, there's that one little precinct that's in 10 that could go into 9. Can you stick that in 9?
That's in Sterling Heights, I think. Sorry, wait. Okay.
Need 13.
Okay, it still needs a little bit more.
So what about the precinct? How do I describe that? So it's in 7. Down at the bottom of 9. It's in 7. It's right where the little corner comes up, just to the east of Clausen. If
Okay, it's in 7. Here's Clausen.
yeah, that one.
Okay, that's not a lot of population.
Okay.
Well, and in this map, Sterling Heights is split up 3 ways. Maybe trying to get it just split in half would be better.
Okay. I see what you're saying. We're still working in that area, so that'll be easy.
Okay, so 9 still needs a little bit more, but it's close.
Okay. And 24 needs a lot.
Yeah. And then 10 is way over. So no, not 10. I'm sorry, 7 is way.
Right. Okay, so what I picture is 24 coming down into 11. And then 11 moving into 10 and 10 moving into 7 is how I picture it. So I don't know whether we want to go which direction makes sense to go, but I guess just finish making 24 and
Well, you have a lot of surplus population in 7 as well.
right. So should we move that direction?
You could add Rochester Hills and Rochester into 24 and then take 9 down into 7 because 7's where you're overpopulated.
Yeah. Um,
And you said you wanted to take 24 into 11 and then into 7.
Yeah, it does the same thing.
yeah, okay. Does the same thing, just a different way around. Okay, so I do have a question about Sterling Heights. That split, the vertical split there, it has always kind of gone along that road or whatever it is. Is there a reason for it to be split right there? If it has to be split somewhere, is that where to split it?
If it has to be split somewhere, then yeah, I would keep the split that we did have.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't, if it has to be split, right?
Yeah.
It's
That's
a good
the
split
problem.
right along the
Something,
road there.
yeah, I wish things didn't have to be split, but there has to be split somewhere.
Well, you could fix 7 or 24 or 9. But
Okay,
you know things are going to change between
right.
10, 11, 24, 7, and probably.
Okay, so 24, let's just work on 24. Put all of, is that Macomb Township?
Hang on. Let's see. Macomb Township is here, yes.
Okay, so add that to 24.
Okay.
Okay, and
Still need more.
so, okay, I'm just trying to see. I would like to split Sterling Heights as little as possible. And we're getting into population now. So how much is in the part of Sterling Heights, like the whole right side? Yeah, that whole side.
That's in 10 or 11 or all?
That's in 11 and 10.
Okay. Okay, so let's do this in 2 numbers. So the portion that's in 10 is 29,000. So we're going to do the rest. Okay, so 29 and 68. So what is it? 29 and 37 about? Or
Okay.
29 and 30. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Feeling indecisive.
How about you add the rest of Sterling Heights into 10 for now, and then go south on
the other side.
the other side
Okay.
into Clandale.
Yeah, try that for now.
Into 10.
Yes.
Okay. And then you want
Yeah,
it to go south with 24.
Down to Fraser and just see what the population is.
Could probably put Utica in there as well, and those couple of precincts that are above Sterling Heights.
Okay. Let's, yeah, choose that just to see population first.
Okay, so you need 61. That's 56,
Oh, okay.
57. You want to assign that much?
Yes, I think I'm lagging behind. Maybe.
Hang on, let me save the plan and then
Okay.
you catch up. It's raining here, so hopefully my internet will hold out.
Oh yeah, we can't lose you.
Okay, so 24 with that is okay. And then you've got 7, 10, and 11 are out, and then 9's a little bit out. Let me the whole situation, see if we didn't miss anything. 7 is over by 130,000, 10 is over by 30,000, and 11 is down by 174, and then 9 is a little bit off. So you need to equalize between 7, 10, 11, and a little bit.
Okay, so 9 needs just a little bit more. Let's give it a little more of Sterling Heights, although that's a good area to good way to split it.
Well, you've got some of 7. There's Clawson, Birmingham. Those are bigger, and then you've also got, you could take some from 24 up here. This township is already split.
Okay, so how much
I almost feel like if you're gonna go down this route, that township, Shelby, I would just put all of it in 24 along with Utica. And then that gives you some more wiggle room to mess with 11, 10, 7, and 9.
Okay. Okay, let's try that. All of Shelby in to 24, and then I'm wondering about Clawson.
Sorry, Commissioner Zatella has it.
Go ahead, Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, I'm just confused as to how that helps because 9 is underpopulation and you're taking more population out of it, which is putting it more under.
Yeah, 9 needs to gain a little bit.
Right. I was gonna suggest not splitting up Clinton Township in 11 as much as we did. You can go further north on there, and then you can go south west on 9, as John had suggested. Because now 11's super low. You're gonna need more on 11.
Right. It's taking 10, so 10 can take 7, is what I envision.
But why wouldn't you just take from 7, put it into 10, and then take from 10 and put it into 11?
Yeah, we're just going the opposite way.
You can, but I was figured Shelby, at least then Shelby wouldn't be split anymore.
Yeah, I think it's just
small change. Just keep going. It's all
the
good.
other way of going about it. It doesn't matter. Okay, but since I'm going this direction, I'll keep going this direction. So we'll worry about the little bit in 9 later, I guess. So 11 needs to take how many?
11 needs a lot.
Okay, so can it take
174,000?
Can it take Warren and East Point, or is that going to be too much?
Well, all of Warren's 139. I mean, you could, but
Actually,
then you're
can't. Right.
Well, you're gonna cut off the Sterling Heights if you do that.
Right.
You could put that on 11 too, though, if you wanted, and then just go west on 10.
Sorry, what did you say?
Put Sterling Heights in 11.
You could put Sterling Heights and Warren in parts of 11 and go west. Commissioner Zatella, is your hand still up?
Yeah, so John, for the active matrix, is it possible on the drop down to just select show districts in view? I just find it a little easier.
Yeah, I can do that. The only reason I brought it back up was to see that we weren't missing a district that was out of population alignment outside of the view, and it looks like we're okay.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. Okay.
Okay, so
So you were talking about Sterling Heights into 11.
yes.
Okay.
And then probably,
Okay, so this will be 69,000. So that'll take you down to needing about 100.
okay, so then probably just the chunk right below it.
Oops. Okay, that's Sterling Heights into 11. Okay, and then you've got Warren and East Point.
Okay, so choose East Point.
Okay. Into 11.
Please.
Okay, so then you're 79,000 down in 11.
Okay, so what if we take just the chunk right under Sterling Heights, right under the
Like
yeah,
this
that
area?
section. Yes, take that. Just for population and see how much we need.
Okay, so up to the highway is 47,000. So that'll take you more than half of what you need.
Okay, so what about just keep going straight down and don't take center line for now?
So that's 73 and you need 79. So that should work.
Okay, will you assign that and then see?
Okay, so 11 is okay. And now you're pretty close between 7 and
Okay, let's fix 7 and 10 and then we can take care of the 9 problem. So can you zoom in? So I'm thinking it will be everything beyond Southfield. And I'm not sure where Birmingham fits population wise, but the rest of it, I think, can go into 10.
All right, so Madison Heights was split, okay, and then Royal Oak, that's 86,000 and you need 138. Clawson is 98, and then you want these south here, Pleasant Ridge.
Yeah, just everything there.
Wood Park, Huntington Woods, and Berkeley.
And those are all part of a community of interest anyway, I believe.
Okay. Oops. Let's try that again. That goes into 10. Okay, so 10 is okay. 7 is okay. 9 is not okay.
Okay. So 9, let's see.
9 needs about 4,000, 3,000.
Okay, and Clausen is too big. So I think we're gonna have
Shelby's
to
already
take some,
split. Sterling
yeah.
Heights is split. And then you could split another community if you needed to.
Well, let's just take more of Shelby since it's already split.
Okay.
So just right there where those other precincts are, right around Utica.
I mean, we made a lot of changes, so I'm gonna save a lot. Okay. And let me turn off those labels. Okay, so you need, like I said, about 3,000. So you got a 3,600, a 2,180, and then these are about 4,000.
Okay.
Which one?
Yeah, those,
The 36, the 2,180.
well, not the 36 since it's farther over because we're going into 9. So let's do these over here.
This one is 34. That might do it.
Yeah, do that one first.
Okay. Oops. Okay, that worked.
Okay.
So let me save that.
Good idea.
Okay. All right. So all right. So the overall deviation is within 5 plus or minus 2.5, or within overall 5.
Okay.
Districts in the view, 9 is okay. 10 was okay. 11 is okay. 7, we made those changes. I don't see any geographic area problems.
Good. Okay. Okay, could you run partisan fairness on it?
Okay. I just saved it. Oops. Okay, partisan fairness. It's thinking. Maybe it's not thinking. There we go. Okay. All right, the top line numbers on the lopsided margin, it's 5.1 for Republicans. The mean median difference is 2.9 Republican. The efficiency gap is 1.8 Republican. And the seats vote ratio is 21 Democrat, 17 Republican, 2.4 bias to Democrats.
Okay. So that's really similar to the other, I believe.
Pretty good, Cynthia.
Okay. All right. Well, thank
Okay.
you. I wanted to try that and
looks good.
Mr. Chair, I think you acknowledged me, but
I did. Go ahead.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mr. So overall comment and also directed to Commissioner Orton, if you want to describe some of the rationale behind some of the changes here that you did. I know you kind of were discussing some of it as you went through it, but certainly overall, just a general reminder for commissioners to explain your rationale in the context of the constitutional criteria.
okay.
Thanks.
So originally, I started out wanting, well, I liked Juanita's configuration of Detroit, and I just wanted to kind of start there. And I originally wanted to leave 7 more like it was originally, since it wasn't one of the ones that had to be changed. But then, of course, to do that, I had to change a bunch. So I wanted to put like Livonia Hole, Plymouth with Canton, Farmington Hills and Farmington together. I do acknowledge that Novi is split because sometimes you just have to split something. So, and then we just had to take the population all the way around. Otherwise, we had to go through Detroit, which I was trying not to do. So I kept the same split in Sterling Heights, since that was established that was probably a good place to split it. So that's what it looks like. I wasn't taking race into consideration or incumbency or any of that. I don't even know what any of those are. So I just, I wanted a Detroit from Juanita's map and just give another option for what the map looks like. So that's what I did.
How does 24 look now? Like the whole district? And this is okay. And how does 23 look? All right. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Orton. Good job. A little bit of a different configuration. It's good to have options. All right, next up is Commissioner Zatella.
John, you can go ahead and close this.
Okay.
And we're gonna go back to Juanita's original map and make a copy of it. I believe it will be version 3 for today's date.
Okay, 1 second.
Real quick, I want to point out that Commissioner Lett has joined us.
Commissioner Lett, if you would share that you're present.
I am present and attending it from Grand Traverse County.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Rebecca.
That's okay.
Okay, so this is today's date. Version 3 collaborative. Okay, Commissioner Zepella.
Yeah. All right, so let's get started. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna take Southgate and put it into 4. Just, yep, right there, down by very bottom. Yep. And then there's one block precinct just to the left of Southgate that I want you to add into 2.
Okay, so a precinct from what?
So just where you added Southgate, you see that block precinct just to the left of where you added Southgate? just underneath, it's part of Taylor. It's underneath District 2. I want you to add that into 2.
Part of Taylor, this.
Yep, that right there. Put
That's
that.
all
Oh,
of Taylor. Yeah, I didn't add it yet. I'm just confirming we're in Taylor.
yep.
Okay, and that's going into 2.
Yes, please.
Okay,
And then we're gonna scoot over to Wayne, which is just that, yep, right there, that cutout in District 5. Put that into 5 for me, please.
Okay.
And just for the record, these changes are to balance out population because there were some variances. So these are just kind of small changes to the existing district to balance out populations and get the deviation down.
okay, and that's going into 5.
5.
Okay, so 4 is okay, and then 5 is over.
Yep. So we're gonna go up to the border between 5 and 8.
5 and 8, okay.
And those 2 precincts that are currently in 5 north of the freeway, north of 96, but east of 275 are going to go into 8. Actually, there's 4 of them, it looks like.
Okay, hang on, into 8.
Yep.
Okay, let me do this. I'm gonna zoom in, and then if you can tell me by the population.
That would work.
Okay, so into 8.
So 2594 is going to be one you're going to take.
So into 8. That one.
Yep. 2594, which is right below your cursor.
2, 5.
2304, 2003, 2255, all of those.
Okay, into 8. Okay.
Yep, and you see that one on the eastern border. If you zoom in a little bit more, 2594.
2594.
Yep.
Into 8.
Into 8.
Okay.
All right. Then we're gonna scroll over to the line between 6 and 2, which is Dearborn area. Okay, we're gonna make some adjustments here. So we are going to take those 3 precincts you just highlighted, 3380, 2768, 2295. And we're gonna put them
Okay.
into 6.
Okay, so 6 is going to gain these 1,
Yep.
2, 3 into
Yep.
6. And those are all Detroit precincts.
Those are all Detroit precincts.
Okay,
We're gonna bounce over just a bit more. And we're gonna grab 2287 and 2010. That might be more than one precinct there.
like that was part of the precinct.
Yes, please.
And that all goes into 6.
Yes, please.
Okay,
All right, so now that chunk of 6 that's sitting between 3 and 1, we're gonna put it into 1.
okay, 1 second. 3 and 1.
Yeah. Or I'm sorry, 2 and 1, I'm sorry. So the chunk of 6 that's between 2 and 1, yes, right there.
Okay, do you need neighborhoods on, or it
Nope.
just follow the precincts?
Yep,
Okay, and that's going into 1.
yes.
Save after this. Okay,
And we need to grab a few more precincts just to the west of what you just highlighted.
in this area.
Yes, so that
Okay.
1405, 21, yeah,
Then you don't need the neighborhoods at this point.
nope.
All right, so we're doing 1405,
Mm-hmm.
1215,
No, go north of it.
1405, 2165.
Yes.
Okay. Any more, or is that all?
Nope, that's it. So now we're gonna go a little farther north up to the top of 6.
Okay.
And we're gonna grab Royal Oak Township. And can you put on the community of interest map?
Okay, you want it Royal Oak Township here?
Royal Oak Township and the portions of Oak Park that are not within that community of interest, and we're gonna put them into 6. When you select for Royal Oak Township, there's a block or 2 that's gonna highlight up into that community of interest that we're gonna have to select by block and reassign.
You mean a precinct, right?
Yep.
So going into 6.
Yes, please.
I'm gonna undo that. Okay, so there's a geography issue in this area sometimes, so let me do this slowly. So I'm going to select by township for Royal Oak Township. I selected it by precinct and it gave us a geography. Okay, so now we do not have a geography here, as far as I can tell. And then we'll go back to selecting my precinct.
So you do not need to take 1845.
There's the geography here. Okay, so let me undo that. Save it again. We can get around this by exporting as a shapefile to fix it. But let me just try going one at a time. So this one, that's okay. So yeah, there it is again. Look at that. All right, well, we'll make the assignment and then we'll do a shapefile and bring it back in. Okay. So those are all assigned. You want to continue?
Yes, so we're gonna go just to the left of where you are.
Let me try one other idea.
Okay.
If I assign, let me undo this. Okay, it should roll back to no problem. All right, so I'm going to save here. What I will do is I will look at all of the park and then take away from it and see if that works. Okay, so if we assign all of it. Okay, and then we're going to take away portions of it and put that back into 8, I presume.
Yes, please.
Okay, now did I take away, do you think I took away from, what is this, 10? I don't think so.
No.
All right. Going back into 8. There it is again. Ugh. All right, well, this is obviously not going to cooperate, so we'll do this and then we'll do the shapefile to get it. That's tried to work around it, but it's not working around. Okay. All right, so what we'll do is we'll go back assigned by precinct and I'll export it as a shapefile and then bring it back.
Okay.
That should resolve it. One more click back. Minus 6. Township. Sign. All right, so let me get the boundary the way you want it, and then I'll do that shapefile fix. Okay, so. So going into 6 is this one, this one, this.
Yes.
Okay, and then do you want me to continue north or not?
No. We're gonna divide that and we're gonna actually put those into 10. But
Including this?
yes. So the 2, 6, 2, 7 is gonna go into 10.
First, we'll do the township. 2, 10.
So everything that's to the east of the community of interest can go into 10 at this point.
Okay, what about this Huntington Woods
Yes,
into 10?
yes.
Okay.
So Commissioner, can you say what you're trying to accomplish with these changes? Is it still population balance or something
It's-
different?
No, it's population balance.
Okay, and do you want this as well?
Yes, please.
All right,
You can put the 1149 back into 8.
1149. That. Okay. All right, so this is basically the line you want in this area.
Yes.
Do you want it to adjust something by blocks like this?
No.
No.
All right, so if you just go over to the eastern edge of what is now 6, those top 2 precincts that are part of Ferndale. Yeah, right there. I want to put those into I can't see the number, but I believe it's 3, whatever the kind of orangey one is. Yes, 3. So 2231 and 2038.
It's going into 3.
Yes. There's actually one more precinct on top of those that I didn't give you. Yes,
This one.
22, yep, 2282.
Okay, so you're okay on 10. 8 is off.
Yep. So if you zoom out.
And we picked up another bigger.
Oh,
Yeah.
geez.
No, it's okay. It just, if you want to just try to give me the shape that you want, and then I'll make the correction.
Yeah. So if you could delete, we're going to delete 7 and 9. We're going to redraw those. And then we will start redrawing 10.
Okay, well, if you're gonna do all of that, then I should probably do the fix before you do.
Okay.
So, save the plan. And we're gonna export the shape file. This is version 3. At Okay, so now we import the plan and the shape. Okay, well, fully on that. I should have closed the program before, but I didn't know. So I'm not sure it completed the import. Well, it's not giving us any errors at the moment. Let me zoom in and see where we are. Okay, so these are the changes you wanted for 3, and then you've got what you wanted in 6. Okay, and then that's showing 8 still out of alignment. And now you want to delete 2 districts, you said?
Yeah, 7 and 9.
7. Seven, race. Okay,
All right. So that block that is currently unassigned north of Rochester, we're just going to put into 24. It's like 4 precincts across.
into 24.
24. Yep.
Okay,
Okay. And while you are on 24, could you slide the active matrix down a touch? 91633. We're going to put that into 24 for now.
1 second, please.
So Macomb.
Okay, so you want a portion of Macomb into 24? Or
Whichever is easier for you. Where your cursor is sitting right now, that district and the two next to it, we're going to put into 12. But whichever is easier. So you can select the whole thing and put it into 24 and then put those 3 precincts into 12.
Okay.
So I assume now this is not just for pot balance, right?
No, this is to fix the partisan fairness and reconfigure for communities of interest.
Okay, so all of Macomb Township is in 24.
Yeah, and now the southeast corner, that very corner precinct, and then the 2 immediately around it are going to go into 12. Oh boy. So 1886, 2194, 3102.
Okay, so these two, and then which other one?
3102.
Okay.
Okay, so now we're gonna build 9, which is gonna be Pontiac, Lake Angeles, Auburn Hills, Rochester Hills, and then also Shelby. So we're just going basically right across west to east.
Okay.
So you can grab Shelby, which is 79408, Shelby Township. And you are gonna leave Utica out. All right. And then Lake Angeles, I believe there's a geography error there too, but let's go ahead and try to grab it.
Just Lake Angeles, or do you want the Waterford precincts?
The Waterford precincts around it, yep.
Okay.
Right, and then we're gonna go underneath and create 7, doing the same thing, just going across Bloomfield Hills, Birmingham. All of Troy, all of Clawson.
And this is going into 7.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, and then we're gonna take the west side of Sterling Heights, but we are not gonna take Utica. And that's all gonna go into 7.
Including this precinct in 10.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Rebecca, did you keep Shelby Township whole? I'm just wondering.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, great, great.
All right, so we need to put a little bit more into 7, so we're gonna go just where Clawson is. And we're gonna grab a couple of precincts. So I want to grab all of Berkeley. Right, and then we're gonna grab the precincts on top of Berkeley and put them into 7. All right, and then we're also gonna grab 2306, 1409, and 2681. Right, and so that remaining white area that's open, Royal Oak, Madison Heights, uh-oh.
It's okay. Okay, it's an uh-oh, but it's not a bad okay.
All right, so that open area is gonna go into 10. All right, so now we are gonna take East Point and put it into 11. And then the portion of Sterling Heights that is currently in 10 is gonna go into 11 as well. And then the last thing will be Utica, which is also gonna go in 11. And so I need to take a precinct from 12.
Okay, so it's showing 11 is under 16,000 still.
So if you could zoom in a little bit to 12. It's odd. So 12 is at, what is 12 at population wise? I can't see it. So 700. So it's just odd because I built this at home and it's showing, oh, I know why. Okay. Underneath Utica, there's 2 precincts there. Can we put those into 11?
Hang on a second. Okay, so these two are going into 11.
Yes.
Okay,
It's still off in 11 for some reason. So 11, 7. Just give me a second to look here. The line at 8 looks right. So 11 is under by 12,000.
excuse me.
I'm sorry, what did you say, John?
I said, excuse me.
Oh, okay.
There's some cooking malfunction here.
All right, so let's zoom in a little bit between 12 and 11, because I'm trying to figure out why I'm getting different numbers than what's showing here.
Looks like 8 is not within deviation as well.
Yeah, I'll get to that in a second. So if we could go, if you could scroll down a bit, okay, that diagonal piece, 1 4 1 4 and then 2 2 8 7, let's go ahead and put those into 11.
Hang on, I lost you. 1 4.
Yeah,
this
right
one
there.
here?
Those two.
And the one below?
Yes, please.
Okay.
All right, and then there's one more I gotta move, so let's check the line. Sorry, I'm just looking at the line of the printout I have of it. All right, let's take one more precinct from underneath 12, that little bar that's sticking out under Mount Clemens, 8 6 7. Actually, that's not going to be enough. Let's pick that one. 8 6 7. Then we're going to need one more. So let's do the 1 1 6 5, which is a smaller precinct.
Okay.
And let's take a look at 8, see what's off there. So could you move it a little bit so I can see down to the kind of the Livonia border as well? So 8 is under. 5 is a little over. How much is 8? 1 6. That line is right. Okay, so let's go grab one of the precincts at where that hook is at the bottom of 8, just above 5, and let's see how much is in there and see if we can move that. So let's go ahead and grab that 2 2 4 8. All right, and then we'll also grab the 2 1 8 3. All right, I fixed it. Okay, can you scroll out and save? Yes, thank you.
Could you zoom in on the Berkeley, Huntington Woods, Royal Oak area? Just with the overlays, I can't really see where all of those townships, which districts they're all in. Could you move the active matrix a little bit too? Thanks. Okay, so Huntington Woods is in 10, Berkeley is in 7, and Ferndale is split between 3 and 10. But Royal Oak Township and Oak Park are in 6. Okay.
So part of Oak Park is in 6, part is in 10, and the Jewish Orthodox community that's part of that community of interest is put in with 8 because that's where the rest of the Jewish population is.
Sure. I wonder if it would be possible to add Huntington Woods to 7 and going somewhere with that. Or Berkeley into 10. Other than that, I like this.
All right, so if we could kind of zoom out, I can kind of talk over what I was trying to accomplish here. So right now, the community of interest map is put on here. Juanita actually, her original map nailed almost all of those communities of interest. So there was nothing needed to be changed there. She's got Hamtramck together. She had Morningside in those communities, Rosedale, those were all together. The Latino community was intact as well. So there's, nothing there. So if you want to go ahead and turn the visibility on that off, just so it doesn't create confusion, that'd be great.
Okay.
All right, and so this is built off Juanita's map, which has the districts 1, 3, and 6, which are Detroit-centric districts, which she built. I mostly kept those intact. The only change was I put Southgate down into 4, and that caused a little change in the border between 1 and 6. And so that was basically done, to keep Southgate with 4, which is more of kind of the downriver community, and then put more of 1 into Detroit rather than having it kind of pulling down into downriver. And then beyond that, I adjusted the borders between, if you scroll up a little bit. So right now, District 4 has Van Buren, Romulus, Sumter, and Huron all together like they asked to be, which I think is good. And then if we pull it back down so we can look up near 8, 10. So 8 and 10, I just adjusted the boundaries that Juanita had already drawn a little bit because I changed the configuration of 7, 9, and 11. And so now instead of having Warren grab a little bit of East Point, a little bit of Sterling Heights in District 10, it's just Warren by itself, plus Madison Heights, Hazel Park, Pleasant Ridge, and then portions of Royal Oak. So I think that's kind of a more compact district. And then 8, there's just very minor changes along the border there. If you want to pull it down a little more, 13, I didn't make any changes to, so that's still Plymouth, Northville, Novi, West Bloomfield, Orchard Lake, and portions of Walled Lake. 7 and 9, I just wanted to offer a different configuration on this because we've had 2 or 3 configurations that are out there. This configuration, I think, keeps that Chaldean community of interest in Troy and Sterling Heights together nicely. And then also adds in Bloomfield and Bloomfield Hills. And then again, for Pontiac, Rochester Hills, and Shelby are now all together in a single district versus being kind of split up before. And then lastly, for 11 just kind of absorbed population from other areas. So it took in the other half of Sterling Heights, so that's not split anymore. And it took in East Point, which, comes up with a nice district. We had the gentleman who came in the other day who was talking about Sterling Heights, Fraser, and Roseville as having a corridor of economic activity and real estate activity back and forth. And so that's keeping these communities together in the way that he had suggested. And then it also preserves 12 for the most part, as it was originally in the Linden map. There's a few precincts off on the edge that I grabbed to put into 11. But otherwise, it's pretty much identical. So this is kind of combining Juanita's strong Detroit districts with other communities of interest. And then if we can run the partisan fairness on this, I think the scores are pretty good on it.
Okay. Okay, the top line numbers for this plan, the lopsided margins are 5.2 Republican. The mean median difference is 1.5 Republican. The efficiency gap is 2.2 Republican. And the seats vote ratio is 21-17, 2.4 to Democrats.
Okay. All right, so we can save this and then I want to close it and make a copy.
Commissioner Andrade?
Yes, I'm sorry, can you zoom into the Huntington Woods, Berkeley, Oak Park area before you close it? A little bit more. Okay. That appears to be splitting a Berkeley school district into 3 sections, but that's okay.
I do wonder if it would be possible to, and you might be about to do this, Commissioner Zatella, I'm not sure, but just looking at this, looking at like 7, 11, and 10, and 8, I wonder if it would be possible to add Berkeley to 10, and then somehow maybe add the rest of Sterling Heights into 7, and to go a little bit more westward onto 10 to make up for that population.
I mean, you're welcome to play with it. I don't really want to play with those
Gotcha.
changes right now.
All right.
Okay, so just represent 2 things now. So at this stage, it's showing that the population is accounted for, but I have not run the checks. I don't know if you want me to do that now, or I'll do that before we move this forward, if you move this forward.
Yeah, I don't want to do that now. I just kind of want to move on to the next map.
Okay. So you want to make a copy of this one?
Yes, please.
Okay, so this would be version 4 for the day.
Okay. So this is 051524 version 4. Okay.
That last one was version 3 or version 4?
Version 3. Are you waiting? Oh.
Now, what happens is the graphics driver gets locked sometimes. Okay.
All right. All right, so I'm going to try to reorient districts 5 and 6. That's kind of the plan with this pen. So we're going to take, and I'm just going to leave Canton as 5, even though it's going to be a little out of order and maybe needs to be renumbered at some point. But so I want to put Canton, Plymouth, Northville, and Novi together in a single district. So that would be District 5.
The Plymouths, plural.
Yes, Plymouth and Plymouth Township. Same thing, Northville, Northville Township.
And all of Novi.
Yes, please.
Okay.
All right. And then we're going to take 13 and we're going to add the area north of Farmington. So that portion of Farmington Hills that's north of the blue line for Farmington. Yes. And we're going to add that into 13. You have one more little precinct that's jutting up. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, and then I want to put Southfield, Lathrop Village, Southfield Township, all of that into 13.
Okay.
And those portions of Oak Park that are part of that Orthodox Jewish community of interest, we're gonna put all that into 13 as well. Sorry.
So the portion that was in 8.
Yeah.
Okay, so now you see the issue here is this precinct of Royal Oak Township as a precinct shows up that way,
Yeah.
but as a township, it doesn't. So let's start this way.
So effectively is selected as a township when you're trying to move Royal Oak Township.
We'll see. Okay, so
It looks like you still have some blocks in 8 there.
that's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
That area was Royal Oak Township. I think it's been maybe it's been absorbed. All right, so we'll move this by block for the moment.
All right, and then if we go down to the bottom of 6. So we're gonna put Garden City, Inkster into 8. Actually, wait, I'm sorry. I got my districts mixed up. Into 8, yes. So Inkster, Garden City, and we're gonna put all of Livonia into
All of
8. And honestly, you can put all of Westland in and we'll just back out the 2 precincts I want to back out. All right. So at the upper line of Westland, so a little farther north of where we can currently see the precinct 3194, we're going to put that into Canton. And then we'll take the one below it as well. And that should fix the population. All right. Okay, we can zoom out. Is 3 good? 3 is good. All right, if we could zoom in a little bit near Detroit area, there we go. All right, so I want to reconfigure 12 and 11. So we're going to take the Grosse Points and Harper Woods and put them into St. Clair Shores and put them into 11.
And for the moment, we're retaining this large water block in 12.
Yeah, that's fine. So I want to grab Utica and about, basically from Fraser above in, we're gonna put into 12. And then we'll have to back some of that back out. All
Okay,
right, and
Sterling Heights as well.
yeah, so just the upper portion of Sterling Heights until we reach population.
The upper portion.
Yes,
So,
the upper east portion.
so not all of this.
Not all of it, there, we won't have room.
Okay, so I'll take here first. So that's the Metro Parkway.
Yeah.
Okay. And so you want to take some out of Clinton Township?
Yes.
Okay. So the southern tier first.
Yes, please.
Okay. Let's do this. Into 11.
Yes, please.
What about this?
Yeah, you can go ahead and take that.
Okay. Okay, 11 still needs more.
12 is, okay, so let's grab some more out of 12. We're just gonna go right along the line next to Fraser. So the 1, 7. Yep, that works too. Nope, that works too. Go ahead. That's fine.
Well, sorry, let me rephrase this. Okay, so let's say where you want to take those two, you said?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, 0, 5.
Okay. You want the 1410 as well?
Yes, please.
This is not contiguous, but it's okay. So it is.
Okay. All right, and that's it. So if we could save.
Okay.
All right, and if you want to just back it out, I can kind of talk through what I did here, and then I'd like to run partisan fairness. So again, it's still just keeping the same configuration as before for Detroit, the 1, 3, and 6 with those 3 Detroit-centric districts. Still has the preferred configuration for Dearborn Heights and the Middle Eastern community with Melvindale, Dearborn Heights, Dearborn all together. Taylor is split, but again, we've got to split somewhere. 4 has Van Buren Township, Belleville, Romulus, Huron, and Sumter Township all together. So they're all together with the rest of the downriver communities. 5 now has Plymouth and Canton together, plus Novi and Northville. Those are all very similar communities, which I think makes a good district for them. Also put Wayne into there and then have one little chalk out of 8 for population. District 8 now has Livonia intact, has Inkster, Garden City, and most of Westland in it as well. Farmington Hills is split, but again, got to make a decision somewhere. So I kind of have half in 8 and half in 13. 13 now has a nice Jewish community of interest held together. So we have the West Bloomfield area, we have portions of Farmington Hills, Southfield, and then Oak Park, as well as Lathrop Village, Beverly Hills, Bingham Farms, Franklin. Those are all part of Southfield Township as well. And then 9 and 7, I talked about that with the last map, is just trying to put things together a little differently, following that concept of a rim coming out. If you actually back out and zoom out, if you notice kind of the way that 8 and 7 are wrapping around, 5 and 9 are wrapping around, it was kind of following that concept of having districts that kind of wrap around the city. And then 11 is wrapping around, 12 is wrapping around. So it was kind of following that concept proposed by Mr. Moorhead about building out in concentric circles, essentially. So, but yeah, that's kind of what my thought was on this plan. And if we could run the partisan fairness, that would be great.
Okay, so the top line numbers, the lopsided margins are 5.1 for Republican. The mean median is 1.5 for Republican. The efficiency gap is 1.9 for Republican, and the seats vote ratio is 21-17, 2.4 biased towards the Democrats.
Okay. All right. I did have one more map I wanted to do after this, but I know we're close to lunch, Anthony, so. John, if you want to open, I think it's 377 and make a copy of it. That's the one I'm going to work on after lunch.
So that's May 9th, version 5.
Yes.
It's the one where you tried to keep 7 and 9 the same, right? More or less.
Yes.
Okay, you want me to stop here and pull that up after the lunch break then?
That works.
Okay.
All right, everyone. We're 5 minutes early, but this is a good time to stop. Let's break, and we'll be back at 1:30.
You've seen her. She's been acting lately. I mean, is that even possible?
All right, everyone, welcome back. I'll call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 1:30 p.m. Department of State, can we please get a roll call?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, commissioners. When I call your name, please say present. Not unless your physical location has changed from this morning's meeting. This is one continuous meeting. If your physical location has changed, please share that information stating the county, city, township, or the village and the state from which you're attending, if it's changed from this morning. I'll begin alphabetically with Commissioner Andrade.
Present.
Commissioner Callahan.
Present.
Commissioner Curry.
Present.
Commissioner Ede.
Present.
Commissioner Kellum.
Present.
Commissioner Lang.
Present.
Commissioner Letts.
Present.
Commissioner Muldoon.
Present.
Commissioner Orton. Commissioner Zatella.
Present.
Commissioner Valette.
Present.
Commissioner Weiss.
Present.
I'm going to go back to Commissioner Orton because I see her, but I don't hear her.
Present.
Thank you. And Commissioner Wagner. Mr. Chair, you have 12 commissioners present. You do have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
You're welcome.
Okay, well, we only have mapping on the agenda today, so we will return to that. We were working with Commissioner Zatella Mr. Morgan, are you on with us? I do not see you.
He is not present on Zoom right now.
Okay, let's give him a minute. Could be running a couple minutes late. We do have Kim Brace on.
So Commissioner E, just to make you aware, I am not going to map anymore. So I'm done mapping.
Okay. While we're waiting for EDS, this might be a good time to do the executive director's report, if you have one, Mr. Woods. No, I see Mr. Morgan just popped up. Hello again. Yeah, hello. Okay, so we were mapping. Commissioner Zatella had pulled up a map, but she just indicated that she is done with her turn. So we will move on to the next commissioner, Janice Villette.
I'm going to pass at this time.
Okay, that brings us to Commissioner Wagner.
She's actually not here, Commissioner E.
Okay, and that brings us to Commissioner Weiss.
Yes, John, I have one question on map 051524 version 2. Did we run that overlay of the communities of interest on that? I don't remember if we did. That's the only thing I'd like to see. If
Okay, if you could repeat that again, please.
051524 version 2.
1524 version 2. Okay, so that's the one we worked. That's one we worked on today.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if we had ran that. I don't remember if we did or not, and if we did, I'd just like to see it quick.
All right, let me first find that. Okay, so version 2 for today.
Commissioner Zatella, did you have your hand up?
Sorry, I was just going to say we did run it, but if he still wants to see it again, then yeah. But Cynthia did run it during her turn.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. That's why I thought I'd take a quick look again.
Okay, sorry, the program just needs to reopen. Version 2.
I think more likely option is just greater restrictions in terms of what Boeing has to live up to. And keep in mind, they could have put it for prosecution agreement extended, let's say for another 2 years or 3 years, so that they continue to have oversight.
Okay.
Commissioners, can I just ask that if you are not speaking, you remain on mute? We have some background noise that might be a little bit confusing to the public. I'm not entirely sure where that's coming from, though.
Might be me. Hold on a second.
Okay, Commissioner Weiss, I believe this is the map we were looking at. So it's today's date, May 15th,
Yes.
version 2.
Correct.
And then you wanted to put the overlay of the Detroit communities of interest on that.
Sure, thank you.
Okay.
I think that's the one that Cynthia had worked on, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so that would be a little bit different than Juanita's. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that's what I thought it was. All right, thank you. And I
Okay.
am with my turn. I have no desire to change anything else or create anything. Thank you.
Okay. If I could, I just had one question for the commission, something that's come up here. So Commissioner Wagner had a plan that was viewed, but it was not uploaded to the portal. I didn't know if you wanted me to do that.
Is that the one that we showed yesterday?
Yes, and yes.
Yeah, I thought we had said to upload that, so we can upload it with the other maps. That would be great.
Okay, and then if there is another individual commissioner submission that is being sent forward for VRA analysis, I don't know what the policy is on the individual submissions.
It is due at 3 p.m. today, I believe.
Concerning uploading to the portal or not, because those, I don't know if they have not been viewed by the commission as a whole, potentially.
I think we're still uploading them because they're the individual commissioner submissions.
Commissioner Lang had her hand up as well, I think.
Commissioner Lang?
Oh, no, I put it back down. I was going to agree with Commissioner Eid that if it is an individual map, it doesn't need approval from the commission itself.
Okay, so just to reiterate, so the EDS team, if we receive a map today from an individual commissioner, we would upload that and it would have the individual commissioner's initials on it, generally.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to clarify that before moving forward with that. Thank you.
See a thumbs up from Mr. Brace. Mr. Woods, we okay on that topic?
Yes, I just want to, how many individual maps are we going to allow? It's just one map, is that correct?
To my knowledge, there have been 2 maps from Commissioner Lang, 1 map from Commissioner Wagner, 1 map from Commissioner Curry, and 1 map from Commissioner Zatella, and 1 map from Commissioner Orton.
Commissioner Lang?
For clarification on my 2 maps, I used 2 maps that were part of collaborative maps that were done and just made changes within them to give 2 different variations and asked that they be sent to VRA. I have not. I'm waiting for them to come back from VRA to decide if either of those will be presented as far as the end process. So if you don't think that's appropriate, let me know and I will decide between the 2 today. But they both started out as collaborative, just like the other maps in the past when somebody took a collaborative map and made changes to it and then brought it in. So I basically only changed certain parts of the map.
Yeah, I mean, every commissioner gets to, at the end, submit 1, but we're not at the end yet. And those 2 that you're talking about, they're already on the website and are being, put under for VRA review. So I think that's fine. We will get to the point where we decide between maps and eliminate it. I'm not sure that that time is now. So if you want that information, just say move forward and go for it.
And if I may, at this point, the map from Commissioner Wagner, I believe, is in the process of being sent forward for VRA analysis, and there have been 2 additional individual map submissions that I received today that will be moving forward. And per your instructions, I will also have them uploaded to the website, the portal tonight.
Yep, let's just make sure they have the commissioner's initials who submitted it.
Okay, and again, that's Commissioner Zatella and Commissioner Ward.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that brings us to the start of the list. Commissioner Andrade.
Okay, if we could open map 050724 version 3.
Okay, 05
07
version 3. Okay, and that I believe corresponds to 363 on the website from my tracking. It's currently listed as incomplete. Okay, so give me a moment to upload that. Zero 0507. Okay. And Commissioner Andrade, you want to view it or do you also want to edit it?
I'm going to edit it.
Okay. So I should make a copy of that then.
Yes, please.
All right, I'm going to share my screen again. So a copy of 050724 version 3, and we're going to edit that. So that'll be today's date, 15. I think we're up to version 5. Does that sound correct?
I believe so. Commissioner Zatella was going to work on 5, but decided not to. So I'm not sure if it was used or not.
I feel like we have a 5 already, so I'd name it 6.
Okay, I'll name it 6. It's possible. Okay, today's date version 6, and if made an error, then we'll just skip 5. Okay, so
Wait, is this 363?
yeah. Is that not the correct one?
No, it's incomplete. Mostly Detroit has not been, there's 2 districts that have not been completed in 050724 version 3.
Right, just a moment. Okay.
Yeah, the 363 I'm seeing is there's most of Detroit is unassigned completely.
Okay. Okay. Well, all right, so let me see if if I have it on my machine, the other option is I can download it from the website, and that'll have what we're expecting. So just a moment.
While he's looking at that, Commissioner Andrade, can you tell me where the 363 map came from? I mean, what started it?
Well, I was looking back, it was a collaborative map.
This is why I love our naming convention so much.
Well, it did take me right to the date. I know that Commissioner Vallette worked on it. I expect it was also worked on by Commissioner Orton. And it started with 050324 version 3. That's what Commissioner Orton started with, and which went to 050724 version 3. And then Commissioner Vallette worked on it, and I don't believe anyone has worked on it since then.
Thank you.
It seems to still have some of the original districts that need to be changed. I don't know if there's been any changes to that District 6 or that District 8.
8 has been changed because Commissioner Vallette was working on that one. 6 does not appear to be changed.
All right, I will be uploading this, or I'll be sharing the screen in a moment here.
So yeah, my plan here was to just kind of make those two unassigned districts for Detroit. And then if we could probably do some changes to 6 and try and get Livonia whole, perhaps. Maybe not, but
So Andrade, the 3rd of May was not a mapping day. Did you mean the 2nd of May?
Probably.
Okay, one moment here. I've almost got this. Okay, sharing the screen. Okay, so what I did is this is the date in question, and I just put the 363 on there so it was clear that it's the map that you're expecting. And then what I will do now is open this one. So this is the map version 6 with today's date. And I'm going to import the plan from the shapefile. Okay, Commissioner Andrade, this is the plan you wanted. Just took me a moment to get it sorted. And there you go. So these are the undrawn portions of Detroit. And that corresponds to 2 districts.
Right, and I was gonna start on the east side with District 3,
Okay,
filling in towards the west.
do you want to put the neighborhoods on, or do you not need that at this time?
I don't need that at this time. It's pretty much gonna be just making that division into 2 districts, and then we can work around the edges to make communities of interest and other things we might want to fix on it.
Okay. So you want the east side over here?
Yep.
Okay.
And keep going. You can go both towards the river and along 10,
Okay.
both ways.
Okay, I'm going to just lock 10 and 12. Okay, so these are split precincts, so we'll assign them by blocks. Okay, so so far we followed the border with District 10 and we've gone down to the river here. We still need 148,000.
Okay, so I would put Highland Park and Hamtramck on the north side, and what's in between your borders already. Yep.
Okay, so Highland Park and Hamtramck are in.
Okay, and if you can go in and use 75, if that makes sense, as the north-south border for 3.
So this,
Right. Everything to the east of that can go in.
okay.
Okay,
So,
and then go, well, yeah,
so we need, 71,000 still.
okay, and then go up to the top
Okay,
and fill in around 10
we
to
are
the north, just under 8.
under 8, okay. Like that.
Yeah.
Okay,
And that area just to the west of Hamtramck, or yeah, Hamtramck. Yep.
like that.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then keep going around to the, let's see. I'm thinking of continuing to go to the north along 8, but if anybody thinks I should go down towards the center of, the riverfront, I could be persuaded either way. Any suggestions?
You're probably gonna have to do both. It's probably gonna be that whole area.
Yeah, well, we could either fill in going along north and keep going south till we hit population, or we could move kind of on a westerly basis and fill in.
Well, there's only one unassigned district currently, or is it two? I
Just
believe-
one of,
Yeah.
the rest is going to be one.
Okay. The 3 you have now looks similar. We have both configurations like that in other maps, so it's really just whatever you think. This 3 that you drew is similar to like the one that Commissioner Weiss worked on last week, or 378 and 379. But if you go the other way along the river, it is closer to 371 and 374. So it really just, I feel like this configuration is already in the other maps. As far as from a representation standpoint, it'd probably be better to, I don't even know with this one, to be honest. It'd probably be better to go up and around, like going into where District 6 is, and then that way you can make a District 1 that takes in the river and downriver.
Right, that was my thinking. And kind of have that east side, west side split.
Yeah, Commissioner Zatella.
Yes, Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I'm wondering if she's gonna have too much population going around to grab that part of 6, but it might be interesting to experiment with grabbing that part of 6, doing the rest of Detroit, and then maybe not putting in Lincoln Park, Ecorse, River Rouge, and Melvindale into, if you can. I don't know the population. I haven't experimented with it, but and then maybe push those down into 4, because that's something we haven't done yet. So.
Well, so let's
That could be an interesting configuration. So
yeah, I like the idea that it's something we haven't done before. So, Commissioner Zatella, would you continue 3 along the north side towards 6?
I'm gonna continue 3 along the north side towards 6. Yeah, I would do that.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay, so I'm taking this, this probably is following a neighborhood boundary from the other district here, 8.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm taking these by blocks.
Okay.
Okay, so you need
then-
26,000 more, and we're this far along.
Yeah, so then go from the edge of the west side of Highland Park and start filling in from there towards the west.
Okay, towards Grand River.
Yep.
Okay, so do you want more to the west or a little more southeast?
Go to the west. Yep.
Okay, so you're at the low end of population tolerance, and just to see what's unassigned, there's 271. So that's going to be a little over if you assign all of that. Sorry, the unassigned area is a little more than it'll be 2.5%.
Okay, what if we started coming down from the that southwest corner of Highland Park? Yep. And start assigning that to 3.
Okay.
And not any further than Joy Road.
Okay. Is that enough?
Sure.
Okay.
And then at this point, we'll just put everything else into 1. And then we can play with the
Okay.
acres after that.
So the Commissioner Orton has her hand raised, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, I was just wondering, Commissioner Andrade, if you want to maybe you want to wait till you get this next one in, but just check the Detroit neighborhoods map and make sure we haven't split things, or see if that could help decide where to put the line.
Yeah, we could do that now or after we put in 1, but what's easier?
So you were talking about possibly putting Lincoln Park, Melvindale, River Rouge, and Ecorse in District 4, but did you want to put them in 1 for the moment?
Yes, put them in 1 for the moment, but
Okay.
in But the neighborhood maps in terms of Detroit, I don't know if it's easier after we've already assigned one.
Okay, let me do the townships first.
Okay.
And Ms. James of the ASL has her hand raised.
My apologies.
Okay, there's water blocks. We'll attend to that in a minute. And put the neighborhood maps on. So the unassigned population shows as 0, but as I said, there are still some water blocks that we know of in the Belle Isle.
Okay. Do you want to do that now or do you want to do that later?
Do the neighborhoods first.
Okay.
And depending on what you do down on the water, it might affect where those water blocks would be assigned.
Okay.
Okay, so along the border here, it looks like Lafayette Park and Elmwood Park are split. Did you want to put those in 3?
3 is a little low. So yes, put them in 3.
Okay, and do you want this these blocks in with 3?
Yeah.
Okay. So this one, when I click on this, this will go like that. So it'll, one way or another, you have to split this. So I'd say probably leave it that way.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, and then here, would you want this into 1 to finish out the neighborhood?
Yes.
Brush Park, which way would you like that to go if you want to reunite that?
I think I'd put Brush Park in with 3.
Okay. Okay, so Brush Park into 3. And then do you want Medical Center in 1? Or how do you want to handle these two? So Cultural Center and Medical Center in 1 or something different?
Yes. Yes, both of those in 1.
Or 3. Okay, following along the border, these neighborhoods are whole. It looks like there could be a split here.
I think I might put Boston Edison in with 1.
Okay, so the neighborhood goes over here like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that approximates the neighborhood boundary.
Okay. Keep
What about
going up.
Dexter Linwood? Do you want that in 1 or out of 1?
You can put the rest of Dexter Linwood into 3.
Okay. Okay, so that's that area. Narden Park, did you want to resolve this?
Oh, yeah, you can put the rest of that into one.
Okay. Okay. And then this is one that's split as well. The neighborhood boundary goes like this.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you can put that into 3.
Okay. Okay. You want to make any more adjustments here?
That little area below Grand River, the Pride Area Community, and does that go with 1?
One more time, Commissioner Andrade.
The right where it says Grand River I-96, there's a triangle there. Is that part of the Pride Area Community paveway?
Right now you have it in 1, but there's some little triangles of it that look like they're cut off south of 96.
Right. And I'm not sure if that belongs all together with 1 or if it's fine as it is. It's fine as it is. And that's pretty much 2 districts.
Okay, so no changes in that area, or did?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Okay.
And I will pass my turn on if someone wants to deal with 6 and
Okay. I'm just going to assign these water blocks here,
okay.
except they're locked. Okay, let's go. Okay.
Yeah, so can you pull out a little bit and let's see what Detroit looks like?
Okay. Whoa. Okay.
Okay, like I say, I'm done with my turn. If someone else wants to address anything or address District 6 or 4, they're welcome to it.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Andrade. That brings us to Commissioner Callahan.
Okay, I think that I'd like to start a new map. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We have a lot of maps. I don't want to start a new map.
My eyes get wide there, Commissioner.
No, I think we've got a lot of maps. Some of them are very, very similar to each other with small tweaks, but we do have some maybe common groupings. There's a lot of maps out there that have a lot of commonalities with just minor tweaks to them. What would be helpful to me, and I don't think I'm the right person to do it, but what would be very helpful to me and perhaps the public and others as well is if someone could maybe summarize the main groups and categories of maps that we have now to try to kind of help organize this huge list of maps that we have. I'm going to pass that off to either Curry or Commissioner Eade, if either one of them would like to maybe take on that task.
Commissioner Orton?
I think that's a great idea, but I wonder if it might be good to do that tomorrow after we have the VRA analysis. That might help us group them into groups. Just my thought.
No, that's a fine suggestion too. So in any event, I'm going to pass on doing any further mapping.
Okay. I do think we need to organize the different families of maps, and doing it once we get the VRA analysis, it might be easier to then know which maps came from what and create families and give them names and whatnot and decide what to move forward with. Okay, Commissioner Curry.
Yes. I'm pretty content with everything that I've seen and everything that's going on. I think we have quite a few maps, and to generate or start another one now would be fruitful. So I'm going to just ask that my map that I kind of construed be turned in for the VRA and all the rest of them. And I think, didn't Edward say that we had to turn the maps in by 3 o'clock today?
Yep, yours is in.
Yeah, I don't even know if we have enough time, but if, I'm through for today, as far as I'm concerned. And thank you all who helped me.
Thank you, Commissioner Curry. Okay, that brings it to me. All right. Let's close this out. And we're going to start just by opening a few maps. I want to ask if anybody has any changes to them. We probably don't at this point, but it'll at least let us view some of what we've done so far. And then after that, I'm going to try to complete what we left off with yesterday. So can you start by opening map 378? I'm sorry, 379.
Okay, that's a relatively new one. Now there it is. Okay. 5.9 version 8. All right, so let me see if I have that handy. Okay, does this look like the map you're expecting?
Yep.
Okay.
So this is the latest version of one family, if you will, of maps. It's the one that has the three Detroit center districts, but the district one that goes around downriver, the three that includes central Detroit with Highland Park and Hamtramck, and an 8 that goes up the east side of Detroit to Warren. And then this one also has the District 13 that is Farmington and Farmington Hills being together with Novi, some of Commerce, and the West Bloomfield area, along with Sterling Heights and Troy being whole with Madison Heights. Does anyone have, I think Commissioner Lett was the last one to work on this. Before that, it was map 370. And we took a look at that Sumter Township, Van Buren Township change. Does anyone have any changes they'd like to make to this one? Okay, I'm good with this how it is. I look forward to seeing it tomorrow. Can you close it then and open 379? Oh,
That was 79.
378. And I believe Commissioner Weiss and Commissioner Zatella were working on this last. Commissioner Weiss was looking at a District 3 that I believe what they were trying to do was take what was there in the last map we were looking at and bring 8 a little bit north, so it's not all the way to the river, and have 1 and 3 kind of have an east side and west side split there. And I think Commissioner Zatella changed 6 a little bit to incorporate the community of interest that is around the Westland area. This one has the same District 13. 10's a little different though. Instead of being Madison Heights with 10, it's parts of Warren with 10. Any changes to this one? Anybody? I know we had talked about the bottom of District 2 possibly being changed. But I think it's fine for now, considering it's another option. No thoughts on this one? Okay. Then why don't we go and take a look at the map we were working on yesterday? That is, I think it was the only one uploaded to the portal yesterday. It's incomplete, but I thought we did complete it, so I'm unsure about that. 382 from yesterday.
Okay, is there a version number on it?
Yes, 5. Oh, that's not right. 1 second. Yeah, it says 5.14.24 version 1.
Okay. So this is it here, I believe. Okay, and yeah, it's not complete because there's several districts out of it.
Okay, so this is the one we started working on together at the last public hearing at Wayne State. And then a few of us took a shot at it yesterday and it took some twists and turns, but this is where we left it at. You can tell it's that one because District 6 has that L shape or that backwards upside down L shape.
It's
What was that?
gamma.
Yeah, gamma. There we go. I like it. Okay, so what do we need to do just to complete this? We have districts 10 and 13 are both under. What is over?
13 is under, 10 is over, and 10 is under, 5 is over, as it's drawn there, the C shape in 5.
Okay, let's see. So we got a 10 is under, 10 needs some more.
So you want me to make a copy of this?
Yeah, let's finish this one up.
Sorry, we're on version 8 or 7.
I have no clue, John. Let's go with 8.
Okay. And if there's a discrepancy, I'll try to reconcile it before I upload them.
Thanks. So a lot of people have tried working on this, like to keep that spirit, and like it to keep going. So please, if anyone has any advice on how to fix this population deviation between the 3 districts, that'd be great. We're looking at 10, 13, and 4 and 5. Okay. Okay, so the last thing I think we did was do that C shape in 4 and 5, right? Does anyone recall that?
All right, I was shaking my head. Yes, that's the last thing that was done.
Okay. But 5 still has far too many people. Oh, no, it doesn't have, yeah, 5 has too many people right now.
So 5 and 3 can balance, or sorry, 5 and 13 can balance fairly easily, but your 10, you're going to have to look around several districts probably.
10 will probably require 9, 11, and 12 to be adjusted slightly. 12 not very much, but yeah.
All right, well, let's work on 5 and 13 first, and then we can get to that. For 13, it looks like 13 so far in this is changed a little bit. It's going further south. So I guess the option would be to make it go even more further south, which probably is not a great option, or to maybe take in the upper parts of Farmington, which also isn't really a great option. Can you zoom in on the area between 13 and 5 here? And we're looking at about 35,000 people. So we'd be looking at adding half of Canton to that district. Am I correct on that, John?
Not quite half, more than a third.
All right. Well, I don't really like it, but let's just do it so we can try to get this in with the time we have. I do think a little bit of a better option might be going into District 6, but we can continue editing this later after we get everything back from the VRA.
Okay, so you want the top tier of
Right.
5. Yeah, that'll be a little too much, but let's assign that and then you can see if that's what you want or not. So 13 is 2.21 over, and then 5 is 1.8 under.
Okay, that's good enough for now.
Okay.
I do think we should revisit that area later, though. That district goes too far south in my eyes. Okay, and then we're looking at 10 needs more. And do we have anything that is over around 10?
8.
How much more is 8?
Well, 8's 3,800 over.
Okay, well, it's not that much. How about 7? 7 is about 6,000 over. 11 is about right on the money. And 9 is also about right on the money. Okay. Anyone have any ideas for this? We need to add about 36,000 people here. And having
So what I would say is, given that you have many districts that you probably have to borrow from, you might want to think of your target as being more like 30,000. So you'll end up being -2 on 10.
Okay. All right, let's take a little bit in from District 7, but I don't want to do really too much because then we'd be splitting up the Royal Oak area. Can you zoom in a little bit and put the population numbers up there? So what about Clawson, if we were to add that to 10?
Commissioner Ede, you could also think about having a configuration between 6 and 7 where they're more stacked on top of each other. That way 6 goes eastward, and then you'd have some wiggle room with 10, 9, the active matrix is covering it. So you could kind of create more vertical districts and then shave some off from 8.
So you're saying with 6 and 7 is to go more eastward on 6?
So a little bit eastward on 6. It would take a little, I know you're working against the clock. 7, instead of it being more north-south, make it east-west on top of 6. And then that would shift 9, 10, and 11 so that you can go more north on 10.
Yeah.
But that might be like a later date, but that's just what I'm looking at and thinking about.
And I do like Oak Park and Ferndale and Royal Oak Township being an 8 here. That is something I think that we might want to consider it staying. But I do hear you. I think we can come back to this tomorrow and take a look at that. Right now, let's just try to get the population right. So those 2 precincts, 2595 and 3364, let's put those in 10 so that they're connecting.
Okay, so that one precinct takes you out of spec on 7, but it does what you want it to do.
All right. That's cool for now. Let's go to the other side. Now, how's 11 looking? 11 is a little high. So let's go right above Center East Point, yep, in the Roseville area, and let's just add a few precincts to 10. I think we can do one more and still be okay on 11. Okay, wonderful. What about? All right, where are we on District 8? District 8's a little much, so let's go a little bit south on District 10 as well. Let's turn on the neighborhoods. All right, and the neighborhood, that's, yep, you, I swear, I think our brains work the same sometimes. The original one that you were on the right side. Yes, let's add that to District 10.
So I'm just gonna put these blocks back in following the neighborhood boundary.
All right, where are we now with these two districts? 10 and 8.
10 needs, if you look for the minimum, you need about 4,500 or so more into 10.
Okay,
Took that all from 8, you would probably be okay.
all right, let's do that. Let's go to the westward neighborhood. Mhm. And then I hope that does it because we'll have to call it there for today.
Okay, and assuming this finishes, I would upload this. Now, are you directing this to be sent for VRA analysis as well, or?
Yeah, I'd hope so.
Okay,
See if it's a good thing to keep going or not with it.
and that's going into 10.
I do like that this offers a different configuration.
Sorry.
No, it's a really quick comment. I wish that we had done this configuration without, like we do in so many of the other maps, come down using 10 in a Detroit district to see what kind of data we got back from VRA. But I think it will be good for folks to see. I just don't like that one little area because it goes from that eastern part of Detroit all the way up to Clawson and some other suburbs.
Right. Yeah, I don't like it too much either, but I think it's good for now and we can
That you
see.
got it in, yeah.
Edit it.
So Commissioner Eid, you've got District 7 out of alignment.
Yeah, that's fine for now. I know it's a little under, but I don't really want to break up any of those other communities around Royal Oak, Berkeley or Huntington Woods at this time. So it's fine for now. It's an easy fix. We can figure it out when we come
Okay,
back.
so submit this as is.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, commissioners, that brings us to the end of mapping. Let's see. Is there an executive director report today, Mr. Woods?
We can wait till tomorrow.
Okay, Thank you. No, we took a little bit more time today mapping. Are there any announcements or acknowledgements? Commissioner Orton?
I just wonder if we need to make a motion to move all the maps that are completed forward to VRA, or if that's just automatically happening.
I don't know. I think, well, I don't think we did a motion last week when we sent the ones that were already completed.
All right. So Commissioner Aid, for the record, all the maps that are completed will be forwarded for VRA analysis and partisan fairness analysis, because that presentation will take place tomorrow. And then each commissioner is allowed to do one alternate map to be submitted. And in my understanding is that the discussion earlier were collaborative maps, not alternate maps. Although for those will go, so just everyone has a common understanding for the record to address Commissioner Orton's point, that everyone knows what's going forward. All collaborative maps are going forward and the individual or alternate maps, which we also call individual maps by commissioners who submitted them.
Okay, so it doesn't sound like we need a motion at this point, so we're good there.
Well, I just want to make sure we have it on the record for clarity, so everyone understands, so that there's not an issue later.
Does it answer your question, Commissioner Orton? Wonderful. Are there any other, go ahead.
Yes, can you repeat that, Executive Woods, what you just said?
Sure. Each commissioner that submitted an alternate map, which we also call individual maps, will move forward. And then all the collaborative maps that are completed will also be moving forward.
We don't have to do a motion on that?
Commissioner Eid said what we didn't, so we just want to make sure it's clear for the record so that there's no ambiguity or misunderstanding.
Okay.
We will be placing that information in the records, Executive Director Woods, and in the minutes.
Thank you. Commissioner Kellums, your hand raised?
Yes, just really quickly to Commissioner Callahan's point earlier, and are we going to be sure to go through all of the maps prior to the presentation so we know exactly what analysis we're looking at?
That is correct. Tomorrow at 10:00 a.m. after the public comments, we will have the Voting Rights Act analysis, followed by the partisan fairness analysis. The goal is to have that done by 12:30 p.m., right before lunch. And then the commission can start making narrowly tailored adjustments to the map as our local counsel, Nate Fink, shared last week with this regards to his legal counsel.
Okay, just clarifying that would take place before the analysis because I wanted to compare the notes that I have.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Fink?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually wasn't sure that it was clear from what Commissioner Kellum had asked, just so we understand. So I understand Commissioner Kellum's question and so that we understand how it's all going to play out tomorrow. So Commissioner Kellum, were you asking if there would be a presentation of the maps before the VRA analysis?
Yes, because on Commissioner Callahan's turn, that's what she wanted to do, knowing that we were going to have the analysis. So we were clear on exactly what maps derive from where and the specs on each map. I can't speak for her, but if we're having this presentation and they start presenting maps, but people are still confused because we don't have identifiers, we have numbers and days, then that could be problematic. So that's why I was asking that question.
My understanding of how it was discussed earlier was that there would be the VRA presentation and the partisan fairness presentation, and then an overall discussion of sort of grouping the maps, and then as Commissioner Eid said, you know, grouping them in families, naming them, and that sort of thing. But if Director Woods or Commissioner Eid sees it differently, or
No, there's no presentation. The analysis will be done first. The report back of all of the maps will be done right after public comment. There'll be a VRA analysis presentation followed by a partisan fairness.
And then I think once you have all that information, then it can be grouped. And then if there's follow-up questions based on that discussion, the VRA folks and partisan fairness folks are going to be available early next week for discussion and also for further analysis for additional maps that are sent out for VRA based on any narrowly tailored modifications that are made.
And Mr. Fink is correct. Just so we're clear, the partisan fairness expert will not be available Monday, but she is available on Tuesday. But the VRA analysis person is on call and available both Monday and Tuesday. And as you all know, Monday and Tuesday we're meeting. We're scheduled to meet from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Most of, not all, but most of the maps have had tweaks and updates to them from May 7th. So it might be helpful for everyone to take a look at the website and look at the maps from May 7th to today to be prepared for tomorrow.
Yeah, and I would echo that to the extent that you're able to look at that information, like we have in our deliberation documents, which encourage commissioners to review the maps, the plans, the drafts that are there. It's all, of course, available on the website. I understand there's a lot there, but I do think it would be very helpful to provide yourselves with that background going into the VRA and partisan fairness presentations tomorrow morning.
Commissioner Curry?
Yes, I believe that the map that I started was done on May 5th. And I think you said only the maps after May 7th.
No, I meant the collaborative ones that we've been updating as we go along. The one that you submitted is one of the individual ones. It's there. No worries on that. And we
I'm
have
not worried. I just didn't hear you correctly.
Gotcha. Sorry for that. Okay, anything else, folks? Janice, did you have your hand up? You're muted.
Nope, I don't have my hand up.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. With that said, the items on today's agenda are complete and the commission has no further business. A motion to adjourn is in order.
The move we adjourn.
Second.
Second.
There is a motion by Commissioner Letts, seconded by Commissioner Andrade. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we will move to vote. All those in favor of the motion to adjourn, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed? Please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it. We're adjourned at 3:07 p.m. See everybody tomorrow.